2023 order of the planning board. Roll call: Scott Self.
Here.
Richard Lane, me, myself. Jane Johnson.
Here.
Brandon Self.
Here.
Michael York.
Here.
Victoria Ames.
Here.
Bill Hutwater.
Here.
Alderman C. Malone.
Here.
And our other two are not here. Michael Scalungo and Brian Vertigal. Okay. The agenda for this evening: application and public hearings. First is 23015, multi-tenant application. Northeast Glass LLC requests to operate a glass repair and glazier shop in an existing commercial multi-tenant property owned by Homestead Swanzey LLC, located at 2 South Winchester Street, tax map 72, lot 31, in the Village Business 2 district. Item B, number 23-016, site plan review application. Tri-State Restoration requests a site plan review to construct a 3,500 square foot office and garage structure and associated site improvements at 26 Monadnock Highway. The subject property is shown at tax map 18, lot 264, in the business district. Upon the finding that the application meets the submission requirements of the site plan review regulations, the board, the board will vote to accept the application as complete, and a public hearing may follow immediately or will be scheduled for a time and date certain. Item C, number 23-017, site plan review application. Fieldstone Land Consultants, PLLC, on behalf of Edgewater Construction Incorporated, requests a site plan review to construct a 25,500 square foot self-storage facility with associated site improvements at tax map 55, lot 1, in the commercial industrial district. Upon a finding that the application meets the submission requirements of the site plan review regulations, the board will vote to accept the application as complete, and a public hearing may follow immediately or be scheduled for a time certain. Item D, proposed amendments to the site plan review regulations. This is a public hearing required. The purpose of amendments impact organization of the document and regulations throughout. Item number 7 is discussion of other business, plan reading workshop, or other business as required. We'll entertain a motion as to whether or not we require a regional impact study or notification.
I'll make a motion that nothing on tonight's agenda requires us to notify the surrounding towns.
Scott Self.
Second, from Victoria.
All those in favor? Any opposed?
So just ask for any further discussion before we go to before we do the tally up. Just like before we do the tally up, this is fine with this one, but when we do the motions, I ask for further discussion because sometimes there's a discussion between the second and the actual vote.
Okay. Next item is the review and approve of the minutes from the last meeting. Any changes that have been noted or discussion that needs to be made? I'll entertain a motion acceptance of the previous meeting's minutes.
So moved.
Jane Johnson.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Next item would be the application multi-tenant, 23-015, multi-tenant application by Northeast Glass to operate a glass repair and glazier shop in existing commercial tenant property owned at Homestead Swanzey LLC at 2 South Winchester Street, tax map 72, lot 31, in the Village Business 2 district.
Mr. Vice Chair, I believe that the applicant intended to join via Zoom. I don't know. Is anyone on Zoom?
Yeah, Northeast Class LLC. You want me to turn the speaker on?
Yes, we're here.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
that please announce when you open the public hearing so I can document the time that you open it.
Okay. The first item would be to review the application and determine whether or not it's a complete application.
I'll make a motion that the application is complete and ready to go to public hearing.
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any motion passed? We will open the public meeting. And Northeast Glass, do you have anything to say?
Is he on speaker? That's the one on speaker.
I think we're all set.
Anyone in the public wish to speak concerning this application?
I'd just like to hear from the applicant, what exactly is it that you do?
We repair all glass on vehicles, all glass on houses, commercial storefronts, showers, windows, anything to do with glass, screens, metal doors.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And this is in an existing structure. Are there any alterations that would be done by you?
No, there would not be.
Okay. Parking looks.
Yeah, you're parking out front by the looks. And that garage is a garage as it's been. With that office building, it's just open inside. I've been in there before, it's open inside. Probably be good space for them to work.
The shop, your shop is going to be next to an existing parking lot, which is almost across from Cutler School, is that correct?
Yes, kind of. It's where the field house is.
Right there, is where their parking is. Public school is where they're.
What I'm looking at.
Do you do any fabrication on the premises?
That would be this part of it. Would be right in that area. That's where that garage is.
Here's the point.
The parking is out front.
Do you do any fabrication on the premises?
There will be no fabrication. We'll only build screens and what. Oh.
So if I want a glass enclosure put on my house, do you not do that work?
Yes.
Yes, you do, or no, you don't?
Glass enclosures, yes.
Where do you fabricate the framing for the enclosure?
We order it out.
Is there any chemical storage involved?
The only chemical we use is denatured alcohol and spray away glass cleaner.
Okay. Any other comments from the board or questions?
Straightforward.
That being the case, then I'll close the public hearing. Board members have anything further to say concerning this?
Again, pretty straightforward. Existing building, good to get something in there.
I make a motion that we approve.
I'll second it.
Motion to approve by Scott, by Brandon Self, approved, seconded by Michael York. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion's carried.
So just ask for any further discussion. Just in case, there's time for further discussion.
Next item up is number 23-016. Site plan review application. The Tri-State Restoration requests a site plan review to construct a 3,500 square foot office and garage structure associated site improvements at 26 Monadnock Highway. The subject property is shown at tax map 18, lot 264 in the business district. Upon a finding that the application meets the submission requirements of the site plan review regulations, the board will vote to accept the application as complete, and a public hearing may follow immediately or will be scheduled for a time and date certain.
What they're up to the presentation, and they're gonna go over the application, and it's complete now. Just have to go over the checklist.
When you're ready to identify yourself, please.
Yeah, my name is Joshua Dawson. I'm with Brad Engineering, representing
Joshua,
Rebecca Norway.
I'm sorry, the last name, Joshua?
Joslyn.
Thank you. Joshua, thank you.
Sam and Rebecca Norway are also here. They're with Tri-State Restoration. They're the owners. So, quick overview here. There's an existing house on the site. It is 26 Monadnock Highway, map 18, lot 264. They're proposing to keep that existing house and add a garage building out back. That's going to be garage and office space. That's where they're going to run their Tri-State Restoration business out of. So to do this, we are putting it back in the grass area. We're going to be extending the existing driveway and widening it, so to mitigate all of that stormwater runoff. We're proposing these roof drains that are going to run along the length of the driveway and then out to an infiltration basin out back that's going to capture all of the water from the drip line and from the driveway. And that's designed to pass the 50-year storm. So as far as the lighting goes, there exists 3 exterior lights on the building right now, one on the front, one on the back, and one on the garage. We're proposing to add 3 new lights on the proposed building, and those are proposed to be downcast lights. There is 6 full-time employees, so we have 6 parking spaces proposed for the employees, as well as 2 extra parking spaces proposed for the residents, all contained within that single driveway. It seems like the New Hampshire DOT didn't want to see 2 access driveways there, so we've made it all fit within the setbacks there on the existing driveway. We're proposing also a holding tank that's going to be coming out the right-hand side of the house, shown here. And that's a 1,000-gallon precast concrete septic tank that's basically going to capture all the snow runoff. That's going to be inside the building when the snow melts, when the vehicles are parked in there. The proposed water line is going to tie into the existing water line that's running to the current house with its own curb stop. And it's going to have a check valve inside, which is required by the water precinct. And the existing septic area right now is supposed to remain, and they had a design done by a septic pro, so if that septic does fail, then there is a design that's going to be approved there as well. The existing building right now, it's going within an open kind of field area, and the whole site is surrounded by woods on the north and the east and southeast, and there's a 6-foot stockade fence along the property lines to the north and northwest there, so we're not proposing any additional landscaping, as the whole site kind of screened in from the surrounding properties, which are existing office spaces to the left and right, and then there's some dwellings out back that are pretty far removed from the site.
Having driven by there yesterday and looking back to the back of their property, that's really thin back there, and you can see beyond, excuse me, into whatever. I can't recall if it's housing that's back there or not, but I would think that it might be prudent to extend the stockade fence across your eastern boundary.
Down, you mean along the back tree line back there?
Yes. So I say, it's thin, and whoever's in back there, you know, I don't think they want to be looking into the backside of their shed or what have you there.
Yeah, that's.
We can if need be, I just,
I'm sorry.
we absolutely can if need be. I'm just surprised, there's only one little spot that you can even see beyond the tree, but absolutely, if that's what you want, that's what we'll do.
Let's get the application.
Yeah, okay. Looking down the checklist, I notice you're looking for 2 waivers.
Yeah, one was the landscaping plan, because we believe there was sufficient screening around the whole site. And then the other one was the waiver for the well, because there is no well on site at the time.
So, just consensus of the board or a motion, I'll make a motion that we grant the 2 waivers, item number 13 and number 22, as requested.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion on that?
Yeah, I'd like to discuss that. Do we consider a stockade fence to be part of landscaping? We do, right?
I don't think so. We require fences in different areas there, but I don't know that it's actually part of the landscaping.
I just don't want to lose our ability to consider that.
Oh, yeah.
We could still consider that.
Even if we give them a waiver for the landscape plan, we can still require certain things in there regardless.
Okay. And the other thing, I was over there today too, and so
Does this pertain to the motion? I'm sorry.
well, it
Yeah,
pertains to
no,
landscaping, yeah.
Yeah.
So, some of the trees that are in the back corner, I'll call it,
Yep.
will have to be cut, right, to create this.
Correct. Yeah,
So-
that back corner, there's really no large trees in that back corner, it's more brush shown, and I think it used to be much more open when that was being used more as a shed, and that's kind of been overgrown now.
Okay,
But
and
yeah, so that, some of that brush will have to be cleared, yes.
The shed is here.
There's one way out in the back
One
corner.
in the back, okay. Okay, yeah, we have, no further to say, one more thing?
I'm just, it's not clear to me of the trees and whatnot that are there already, what's going to remain and what's going to be
So
removed.
or I'll point
Yeah,
out
sure,
here so
that's
everybody
right.
can see, sorry. So this tree line here is gonna remain, other than this little bump out here, there's not really trees there, that's like a little flower patch. So that's gonna just continue straight along here, and then it's gonna remain all the way along the back here, and then be cleared back here for the grading of that basin. So,
Into the backside of the basin?
yeah, exactly, but that back corner has those fences that run along the back side of the property line.
That's what this is here.
And those fences are
Let's see what he's-
vinyl fence, right? It's,
Existing.
The one on the left-hand side, this one is a vinyl fence, and then at that angle point, that's a tall stockade wood
okay,
fence that you
okay,
can't see.
okay. And it kind of looks like it's off the property, is that true?
Yeah, I'm not sure whose fences they actually are.
Oh, well, if
Because
they,
I don't know if they're owned by this.
yeah, I think they are, because they continue, you know, like if you go into that.
Yeah, they do, they continue, that's all I
Okay.
shot to, but it does continue along this back
Yeah.
line there.
So I don't think this fence is actually that person, the applicant's stockade fence that's shown on here.
I don't think so. We're just deciding whether we're gonna grant those waivers or not.
Any further? Jen?
How and when will it be defined as to when a new system will be provided for water supply and sewage disposal?
We're,
Because it says, a report on the condition of existing septic is included in the attachment. A proposed new system is shown on the site plan, demonstrating the ability to accommodate a new system in the future when the need arises. So,
Jane, we haven't accepted the application as complete yet, the site plan stuff, so let's just get the application on the way as complete and not
Okay.
complete. And then hold that thought, and then, I don't mean to supersede.
Yeah, no, please do.
The motion
It's a
on.
learning experience for
It's
you.
complete.
Okay.
Well, since we get the waivers done.
Okay, so we have a motion on accepting the waivers. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm going to be opposed.
Pardon?
I'm opposed.
Okay, one opposed. Okay, then the checklist is accepted as complete.
Now, accept the application is complete.
Okay. We accept the application as being complete.
I'll make that same motion that we accept the application as complete and ready to go to public hearing.
And I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Jane, you have your question now you can raise.
well, I just was curious as to when and how you would determine that you need to update the water supply and disposal systems, because it says, it's demonstrated, abilities that demonstrated to accommodate a new system in the future when the need arises. And what would constitute that need?
Well, the water supply won't need to be upgraded, that's gonna be new. It's gonna be tapping off the existing supply and going to the new building, but the sewage disposal system, you replace that when it fails. So when the soils around you get overly saturated and it's no longer accepting effluent, that usually happens when you start getting backup in the house, then the water's still not leaching into the field, or if you start seeing breakout out in the yard, start seeing sewage in the grass, then it needs to be replaced. That design was done to show that there is room to put a new system that will accommodate the flow with the new building going in.
Okay, there's further follow-up.
Go ahead.
What, does this apply to the cleaning solutions and things that you might be using?
We will not be putting anything into the system for cleaning. We do all of our work off of site.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's what I wanted to do.
Clean nothing at our site.
Thank you.
I like to follow that up, but this is a nice segue for me. The chemicals that you will have stored on the premises for use, we would like I would anyway, like a list of those chemicals, having some experience with chemicals.
Yep.
Some can be quite hazardous. And you sit, well, there's two thoughts here. First of all, you sit on aquifer.
Yeah.
Okay, so we would like to be ensured that the protection of our aquifer is there.
Absolutely.
Okay, and I assume,
Mike, excuse me, would you mind identifying both of you yourselves, please?
I'm Sam Norway.
I'm sorry.
And I'm Rebecca
I'm Sam
Norway.
Norway.
Rebecca Norway.
I'm sorry, man.
and I'm assuming your storage will be in OSHA
Absolutely.
approved
Absolutely.
containers
Yep.
with labeling. These are MSDS sheets?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
And a
We
list
would,
of each-
I would like to give these to the health officer so she can go through them and see if there's anything of concern for the town.
Sure. We did have where we're located now on Priff Road, it's a commercial
Right.
condo unit. And we just recently had a fire inspection, a safety inspection, and there was nothing of concern to
Okay.
Keene, City of Keene, so.
Okay.
That I know from our existing space and how we do things.
And I would suggest that maybe we make these available to the fire chief too, so that if there happen to be, unfortunately, happen to be a fire or any reason for them to get there, then the chief will know what he's fighting.
Absolutely, and it's probably about we store our chemicals in one space, and we have a few cans of paint, for just easy description, stain blockers, what have you, kills. So we have those, we keep them separate from our chemicals, and our chemicals, we do not carry a large amount of chemicals. I mean, the most that we have, we generally carry gallons of, those items on there, unless it's a can of.
Now, do you use anything like acetone or anything of that class?
No.
Of acetone, well.
Acetone?
The only thing we ever use is, we use 1 gallon jugs of thinner to clean our paint gun on site, but not at our building.
Oh, and that I do not, that I don't have on there for an SB.
That's the only thing we use, the,
Paint
we
thinner.
use regular paint thinner.
Yeah, because acetone is a very dangerous chemical.
Right. And that, again, never makes an impact to us.
Have on there, so.
Good. But some people do use it, so.
Yeah, so, the list of things there, I mean, I think there's 2 of them in there that are warnings as far as like not putting into the ground.
Right.
Kind of thing. There might be a notice on a couple others, but I think there's only a couple of them that specifically say, do not put into the ground, dangerous to aqua life, or aquatic life. The amount that we carry at any given time would never even reach the ground, maybe, from, if nobody was there, I mean, I can't even imagine that if, there are individual gallons, and like I said, we just carry a small amount,
And I assume you do have an action plan if you do have an accidental spill, even for a small amount.
Absolutely, yep.
Would you give an overview of what you do?
Yeah, so primarily is water damage cleanup and mold remediation. So a lot of our equipment is air movers, dehumidifiers, air scrubbers. That's the majority of the storage that we have. We of course have some chemicals because we use them to, kill the mold spores. I do general cleaning at times, sewer backups, that kind of thing. So sometimes we do fires, they're not that often, but we do fire cleanup as well. So, we have to combat odor from sewer and fire. We have to encapsulate oftentimes with, fires and mold. So that's something that we have the kills on site for. And the kill odor is one of the products for odor. Yeah, that's pretty much what we do.
And it's all off-site? That's what you said?
Yeah, we go to the location to take care of what we need to, so, yep.
The site, basically, we store our equipment, we have, it cannot freeze, is like 60 or 70 dehumidifiers. And our van has a pump system on it, so that is also gonna be inside.
Right, so we store our vehicles inside as much as possible.
That's the reason for the garage there, right?
Yes, yeah.
In there.
Yep, so we don't have to take all of our chemicals, out every day from the vehicles.
And you're not into repairing your vehicles on site, you take them to a mechanic or something like that?
No, we are proposing to have our lift, we have a lift, we do general stuff, anything bigger, we, of course, bring to
Yeah,
the
and
company.
it'd only be your company vehicles? it
Yes,
wouldn't be-
yeah, just our company vehicles.
can go.
We're just looking at your existing, excuse me, I'm going to change direction here on looking at your existing septic system, where is your leach field?
It's a leach pit. It's like a dry well with crushed stone around it.
Yeah, so that's that circular area on the drawing, is
Yeah.
that correct? That's what that is? Yeah. And how are you going to tie in the building to that?
The building's gonna tie into that existing septic tank.
So the new building is going to tie into the existing septic tank through, I guess it looks like, could you just note it on, I mean, just show it on the.
It's not shown on the plan, but it's just gonna tie into the tank.
Because it'd have to come way around the back side, right? And into the front side of that
Yes,
septic tank.
yeah.
In order to accommodate that, because it goes the wrong direction by the looks of it.
Yep.
It is.
So that needs to be a condition.
Well, they're gonna be using that septic tank, that's what their whole plan is, to use that septic system until it fails, and go with a new one if and when the other one fails. And looks like I guess it's one bathroom inside of that garage? What was it, office?
No, there's a private, yeah,
Oh, there
so
was
there's a private one just
handicap or
because
something, right?
of where, like,
Yeah,
it's not additional use, it's just instead of going around to the other one, it's just one right there off my
But again,
office
it's
for
not,
me.
not a lot of use gonna
No.
be seen in that.
Nobody's
I don't
there
think.
all day except for her stuff, Tim, just her, the rest of us are all on site somewhere else.
Right, and one part-time, we do have one part-time person in the office with us, so.
Reconstruction section, what is this being used for? Is this being residential?
It's gonna remain, as far as I know, and you can ask her.
What is the existing home that's there, what is that going to be retained as? Is that gonna be residential?
Yeah, so the previous homeowner is currently still there. And he's going to be there for some time until something opens up for him to move to. And then what we'd like to do is continue it as a rental. To help offset some of the, cost of the property and building.
Any further discussion?
How many residences are there?
I'm sorry, what?
How many residences are there?
One.
And we've included 2 parking spaces for that phone.
And the lights that you've shown on the building, they're on this front side by the looks of it, 2 of them?
There's 2 on the front side, and then there is a door out to the back.
have one out the back,
There's
too,
one
there.
out back there, yeah. And those are all supposed to be just downcast light, just for the doorways.
Are those going to be motion sensitive or not?
I guess they could be.
I'm asking,
That'd be up to you.
Right,
But the
that would make a
light
lot of
really-
sense, yeah, that would make a lot of sense to have the motion. So that would probably, I think that would be a great safety option.
Any further
Yeah,
discussion?
just a couple of.
Sure, I know.
First of all, I think this is a great use for the location, and I'm really happy that you guys are moving to Swansea for this, but one question has to do with how your fleet operates. So every vehicle in your fleet will be stored year-round inside the building, is how it goes?
Well, I mean, once in a while, we'll leave like one of our cargo vans outside, at our current location. But in the winter time, it's just really nice to be able to not have to worry about first thing in the morning, you're heading off to a job and you have to clear and, go through all of that. So in the winter time, absolutely, we will want the vehicles inside.
Yeah.
Sometimes in the warmer months, if there's nothing in the vehicle to worry about, then we park it outside.
Where I'm going with that question is just to be sure that there's adequate parking for the people, the workers who come in and leave their vehicles and then they hop in the fleet vehicles. So you have enough space, to accommodate, both things. And the second question I have is you've got an existing shed here and an existing shed here. Are those to be part of your operation?
So the current,
That's the issues that he's looking at.
They pertain to the house?
yeah, this one does, and this one is not even used, it's just there, yeah. It apparently at one time, I think,
They're not equating that with that.
it was somebody, like we heard from a realtor, like way back in the day, maybe they were, there was more of those buildings, and they were like little rooms that people would stay in. Yeah, I know, okay.
And which sort of takes me to my third thought, which is whenever we have residential uses abutting commercial business uses, I'm always concerned to, try to protect the values that the people and the residents have, which is why,
Mainly
I'm not sure about having screening along this border, okay?
Where Blaze Realty is?
No, not down there, because, not the real estate office, but up here, okay, there's a house, and this is sort of like the backyard, right?
Well, this is,
It's off of
you see
Yellow Court.
the tree line's here,
Mhm.
and then their tree line is kind of here, so there is
Okay, there's a good
70
okay,
feet
okay.
of a tree buffer there.
Because I know when you look on Google Maps, it looks really
Yeah.
dense, right? I just wanted to be assured that.
Yeah, no, there's,
adequate
because I was out
protection.
there walking around looking for pins and stuff, and
Yeah.
there's a lot of trees out there.
Okay,
It's
okay.
very- No, go ahead.
I'm done.
How many fleet vehicles are there?
We have 3 vans, we have 1 pickup. And usually one of those vans goes home with me every day. So it's really 2 that stay at the shop.
So the trailer would probably be occupying one of these
There would be stored inside.
trailers?
Yeah.
Okay, enclosed.
Yeah.
Typically speaking, what time do the fleet vehicles arrive back at the location?
Our general hours are 7 to 3:30. It might be that they're back at 2:30, it might be they're back at 4.
Okay, so it's not 8 o'clock at night, the flight's going.
What?
It's not 8 o'clock at night, the
No.
flight's going.
No.
Unless there's an emergency that,
Yeah,
that we can't control that.
Right.
Why not?
We like them to be first thing in the morning.
Any further questions? Okay, that being said, I'll close the public hearing. Any questions or anything from the board concerning this you want to discuss?
Yeah, it looks like they've accommodated the things that they needed to, as far as the parking goes, and took care of that second entrance there. I guess the DOT took care of that. They only have one entrance now.
Maybe we want to consider the fence.
22 feet wide. The fence, is that the one that's in place, you mean?
Or
Yeah, you asked about them extending it across the
extending
open.
the stockades.
They agreed to do that, so.
As a condition.
To where? I must have missed that.
Across, from what
This little spot here?
From what I could see, I believe I was looking this way, so it's pretty much this area here. What I'm referring to is the jog coming off of your stockade, I guess, to the back. Yes,
Right there?
that in that area there.
So, well, this fence actually does extend to.
Right, but your property
Right, you're
line is in
saying
there.
here?
Yes. I believe that's the area that you can look right through because the trees are thin.
Okay.
Or the branches have been removed to a point where you can see right straight through. So myself, I'd like to see the fence line, your stockade extended over to your south property line. That way you would block the view going into the properties behind you. I don't think it's that much either.
So you're talking about from there to there?
To here.
Okay.
So would we have somebody come out to the site as far as what you're requesting?
When you say that, what, to verify that you've done that?
I mean, to show like where that location.
I know the location you're talking about now.
Okay.
That's actually from a couple weeks ago when I was doing the survey out there. I cut branches out for sightline. So that's why that's open. So there's,
It'll be a number of years before they grow back.
yeah, okay. So that,
Can you point out, is it
It's
the
like-
short section that goes from the point?
And Josh, we did have
it's
some
basically,
branches
if
cut down as
you
well.
look at these, oh, you guys.
We did.
Okay,
Because we just had them clean up any bad,
okay,
any bad branches, anything that was of concern, so that nothing would be an issue when the building was in place. And it was just the branches that, there was one leaning tree, and then there were some branches and a broken tree, so it was an unsightly issue. Yeah, and then they cleaned up the ground, yeah.
so yeah, that's after.
The dwelling is over there, right? The dwelling is not here.
What the elevation of the northernmost houses, is Richard and Charlotte,
shows
where's
the
the,
dwelling there.
where's the house in
Shows
the,
The house
there,
is-
there, and there.
Basically similar to this house, so it's over here.
okay, it's in a line, so it's like.
Yeah, it's in a line with these houses
With
here.
the young corner.
It doesn't look like.
Yeah,
That's
it's
how you
Oh, really?
access it.
There's
So
another
is
one over there.
it maybe even that one?
There's something there.
Yeah, that looks right, yeah.
Because there's your property. Because here's the, here's the colonial housing.
Right, yeah.
And then the other one is
I don't
there.
know that we should require.
So it's, yeah,
We
it's
can't,
these ones.
it's within our purview, but it should be
Yeah.
from that point to that one to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
This one, okay, yeah.
Okay. So,
Or the next one over, so there's 4 houses and then.
Richard,
yes,
this is the aerial view, if you want to kind of see, I don't know.
No, I-
That's-
Throw it, just pass it down.
There you go.
The square blocky roofs here, the colonial village.
it's the same thing.
We have the same one right there. So this is what you're talking about,
Yeah.
that to that.
Mhm.
There's really nothing back there, really. Way back there, maybe.
I must have been to CBD. Feel that back. I'll leave it up to the board, make a motion to put that in there as a condition or
So
not.
what we're talking about is,
The-
you see the property line, see that jog in the property line right there? I'm talking about making a fence from that point there down and to the left, that little jog out.
Yeah, what's behind that, Scott, on your
It's
hand?
trees. There's a house there and there are trees here and there's a house over in there, which is, I think it's shown on the drawing, or right, maybe they missed that one. Yeah, it's up there.
Does it show the distance?
No,
Now we can measure, we can have a.
I'm just saying, is that house gonna have a line of sight, it's gonna be able to see stuff and be of an issue to them?
I don't know, it looks like trees and stuff between them and there, but I guess just,
Looks like there are trees in between there and the house.
so, have to decide to see what we're talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
John there. John, so. But Richard is asking.
But it doesn't look like it's a major expense either, we're not talking about thousands of dollars to extend that house a little bit either.
let's steal.
I think, personally, I think there are enough trees in there so that you
Yeah,
don't really have to put a fence in there.
I do too.
But
Have you driven by it?
Oh, yeah, many times. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay.
Just pull the ball.
Yeah.
Just ignore us, we will,
A little music would that work?
just ignore it.
Victoria, yes or no?
I was feeling that I wanted it until I looked more carefully, and at this point, I'm satisfied that there's already adequate
Okay,
screening from trees.
Michael,
No.
Brandon?
No.
Okay, Jane?
No,
Okay. Let me know that we don't need.
I would say.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay. And the consensus is that we don't need to do it then, or request that as a condition. Any further questions or
Yes.
discussion?
Coming from the Conservation Commission, they wanted to ask that you not wash vehicles there.
Right. So, yeah, that, absolutely.
Okay,
We've added a note to that effect on the plan.
18.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Yes, the motion to accept this completion
No, to approve it, because you closed the public hearing, right?
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the application without any conditions.
So moved.
I'll second it, but just with the condition that the fire department signs off on it, like they normally do, but in this case, they have to see those MSDS sheets. that you're-
Correct, yeah.
I'm sorry, what is the condition?
The condition is that the fire department has to sign
Oh,
off
yes.
on it, because any chemicals, and if you accept that
Okay,
for your motion.
that's it, well.
Okay, we have a second,
Yeah.
yeah, all in favor? Opposed? Have fun.
Thank you.
Class 2
I've never approved myself.
Yeah, what's the name of it? I don't know what it's the
So you might want to see the document. Oh, no, not because you can't do it right.
Next item up is item number 230-019, 17. Site plan review application, Fieldstone Land Consultancy LLC, on behalf of Edgewater Construction. Request a site plan review to construct a 25,500 square foot self-storage facility with associated site improvements at tax map 55 lot 1 in the commercial industrial district. Upon finding that the application meets the submission requirements of the site plan review regulations, the board will vote to accept the application as complete, and a public hearing may follow immediately or will be scheduled for a time and date certain.
Just have them over checks.
Want to go over the check? Excuse me, who are?
Good evening, John Newman with Fieldstone Land Consultants. Here on behalf of the applicant and landowner for Edgewater Construction and Drive, James T. Vines is the landowner. I'll walk right through the checklist.
Please.
So item number 1, name and owner of the landowner. So we have land of James T. Vines on the cover sheet. It's also on the second block of each following sheet. Tax map and lot number is also on here, so we have tax map 55, lot 1. That's noted on all plan sheets. North arrow, and a graphical scale that's on every sheet. Name and address of the plat preparer, so the Edgewater Land Consultants. Vicinity sketch, so on our cover and also on the right-hand corner. Names and addresses of abutting landowners, that's on each plan, site plan and existing conditions. Physical features and uses of land within 200 feet of the site. So we have pavement along Route 10, West Swanzey Road, boundaries, stone walls, buildings on to the south on the Ryan's property. Perimeter boundary lines and the lot area in square feet and acreage. So we have a block here that calls out the tax map, lot number, acreage, square feet. The shape, size, location, and use of existing structures on the site. So there are no existing structures on site. We do call out on the existing conditions that there are 4 metal tanks that are here. Those will be removed as part of the development. Identification and access from the site to the public streets. Site distances from the access points, curb cuts, and proposed changes. So we exceed 400 feet in either direction. There's a note on that. This is the proposed access, which would be directly across from a butter across the road to access. That's shown with width on there. Location and number of parking and loading spaces. So we don't call out individual spaces. The plan is that it's a self-storage. Each individual unit people would park directly. Landscape plan. So there's a separate landscape plan sheet there. Landscape plan. Location, type, and nature of existing and proposed lighting. So we also have the lighting plan. Sheet. Showing proposed fixture, lighting, and photometrics. Natural features such as water bodies, ledge outcroppings, and wetlands. So that is shown on our existing conditions and on the site plan. So there is man-made wetland that's here, that's formed by the DOT's drainage that comes out of a culvert here, and this was dug out as part of that. There is no ledge outcroppings on this. Existing and proposed grades and topographic contours at 5-foot intervals or less. So we have a grading plan, and the existing condition shows the existing topography, and our grading plan shows proposed topography. The size and accurate location of all existing and proposed water mains, culverts, fire hydrants, and fire ponds. So there are no existing utilities onto the site. The utilities that are along Route 10 are shown. Means of providing water supply, so that's non-applicable. There is going to be no proposed utility, water, or sewer. Surface drainage patterns, so those are shown on the existing conditions and also on the grading plan. Contours shown on where everything flows. Copy of the certification by a licensed septic designer, so that is not applicable as we're not going to have any sewage or septic loading. Location of existing and proposed on-site well showing a 75-foot radius, also not applicable. There is no water supply proposed. Soil survey data from Chester County, so that's shown on our grading plan and also shown on our existing conditions with a table, and it shows the boundaries across the lot. Location of any existing proposed easements, deed restrictions, and/or covenants. So that is shown. There is a right-of-way to Yale Forest, or University of Yale, the forestry department that crosses the rear of the lot here. So that's called out. And architectural plans. So we have submitted plans for the self-storage site showing gable end and front end, and then a plan showing the colors out. So that was the last checklist.
One thing you mentioned that perhaps I heard it incorrectly, you have metal tanks existing in there that you're removing?
Yeah, currently.
What is it they contain or did contain?
I don't know what they did contain, but they were a portion of the propane facility that was here for Rhymes. So these they're empty, is what they told us.
Yeah, those were propane tanks.
Yeah, so I think they were an older style propane tank. They don't have the balloon end and round, but they're like a flat-ended tank that's round. So I believe they were an older propane tank. They are just situated here on the site, and they will be removed by the landowner prior to any development.
So they were in active use?
They're inactive.
Inactive?
Inactive.
Okay, they were empty tanks that were stored there, you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, we're requesting 2 waivers from the requirements. So one of the waivers, both are for landscaping. So being along the public right-of-way, it's requires a 20-foot continuous buffer between the property line and the front of any development. We have a variable buffer here. It is continuous. However, with these bump outs of pavement, we're less than 20 feet here and here. The depth is more in these triangle areas, so we're over 60 feet here, about 35 to 36 feet here, and then it narrows down in these 2 areas as well. So we're asking for a waiver for the variable width, and then the other one is not really situated for self-storage, so the requirement is facing a public way that a building or buildings, if there's more than one next to each other, to have a 10-foot landscape buffer around the building, directly adjacent to the building. So since it's a self-storage site, it's not fitting for the type of use that we're proposing. So we're asking for a little bit of that.
Could you show me where the driveway is in comparison, the drive coming in comparison to the storage units across the street?
Yes. So these edges here, these lines are showing the current edge of pavement. So the driveway to the site for self-storage across the road is right here. We're directly in alignment with, so it's center line to center line.
You don't anticipate any traffic issues if vehicles are going to turn at the same time?
No, so self-storage sites tend to be extremely low traffic.
Yeah, that's true.
In and out.
That's true.
It's variable. This would be a 24/7 site, so you might see 10 cars spin out over a whole day, and that would be a lot of vehicles in and out of the site. 10 would be.
We'll have to approve that. Our department has to approve it, they can get around it. So I don't know. There's a waiver to go, the standard waivers.
Okay.
So just the two waivers.
Your second waiver, looking at all the self-storage units that have been constructed in the area, I don't think that there's a problem there at all.
No, it wouldn't work. In my opinion, it wouldn't work with the.
Yeah, no, it's something that would be detrimental.
It's a reasonable waiver to ask. The other waiver is about the continuously strip wide, and theirs varies, as you can see, it varies there. I think there's a fair amount of vegetation in there, in that area there.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I think there are pine trees, I think there are pine trees in there, white pine.
It's a mix of pines and poplars and then all,
and
some
you're leave those trees there, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, so around the wetland area here, these trees remain. So we showed proposed lines here. All along this northern edge is the proposed line right next to the driveway, so these trees all remain. And then we have proposed plantings that are just outlines it a little better. So these trees remain, and then across the back, following the right of way to the Yale Forest, this portion up front. And then we're proposing plantings to kind of, replant in those choke points to kind of break up the expansive buildings.
So I think the waiver for that would be a fine one too, since there is vegetation there anyways, and they don't encroach upon the 30-foot setback with any of the buildings on there at all.
We'll take the waiver separately or in the packet.
In the packet.
Okay.
And I'll make that motion to grant the two waivers. They're asking one about the 10-foot green space between the buildings and the parking area, and the other one was about the strip vegetation in front of the buildings, those two waivers.
Could you identify the numbers?
Let's see, they're in our site plan review regulation. They aren't in our checklist.
Oh, okay, sorry.
They're part of our regulations.
So please repeat them for me. The 10-foot green space.
10-foot green space. Okay, yeah, Sarah has them right here. It's section 8E3 under specifications, and it's subsection II, landscaping strips between building and street. We're giving a waiver.
Got it.
Do you want this?
Well, these two?
Yes.
Yep. I mean, we're proposing it, yeah, we haven't voted on it yet.
Landscaping between buildings.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want to get your second and then have a comment? Because did you get a second or no second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Mike.
And then we'll discuss. So just for clarification, don't we require a 20-foot landscape strip parallel to the public right-of-way? I mean, that doesn't exclude pavement or gravel or whatever the impervious surface is, right? It's any built.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're asking.
What I'm asking is, at this corner where the pavement is going to be very close to West Swanzey Road, it should be 20 feet back, right? And that includes buildings and paved surfaces. The 20-foot setback pertains to structures and paved.
The pavement should be 20 feet back?
Shouldn't it be?
30.
I believe there's flexibility in drive aisles.
It is on that, we have it on parking spaces.
Yeah,
The
parking
parking
spaces can't be nearer than 10 feet to the property line, but the drive aisles, if it's the driveway, it's at the discretion of the DPW director, and to some extent DOT, since it's on a state road. And with the nature of this development, it's kind of all driveway
Right.
around it, so you can have a driveway in the front boundary.
Okay, seems to me. Because it seems to me like the reason there's an issue with the close proximity of that driveway to West Swansea Road is the fact that there's this structure here. And to me, what this says is that we're trying to shoehorn more self-storage units onto this lot than can adequately fit and still satisfy our requirements. This is a very long frontage, okay? And the stuff that's, the greenery that's along here is scrub, you know, it's, when Ron's first built, the propane facility, this was an open field. And I remember that development because they were extremely resistant to any kind of landscaping of any sort, and I hope that's not continuing, you know, Mr. Rhines Jr., but.
Yeah, so we've proposed landscaping across this frontage, and then the trees that would remain that are there now.
Right.
So these, it's fairly thick through here. They are getting to maturity. The white pines are certainly, I mean, you're looking at 20-foot high trees.
Right, I know a lot. I've been watching it growing up over the years, yeah. So I'm not disposed to, I'm all about the second waiver that, that I agree that storage units require pavement directly against the building. No problem with that, but the first waiver I'm in opposition to, because I think that we're just trying to put too many structures on a lot that's not big enough to accommodate them and accommodate our town's need to not have these big expanses of pavement and self-storage units.
Well, I would say that, you know, the building could be removed, I suppose, is what you're getting at. To take the building out of there and just leave the 1, 2, 3, 4 buildings rather than the 5 buildings. But you've still got a storage unit there regardless of whether you take the other building out of there or not. You know, you're still gonna drive by there, and if you can see one back there, you can see the one in the front there. And the building in front, in my opinion anyway, well, it's within the 30-foot, that's actually just 30.1 feet, I guess, but it's within that 30-foot building setback there. So it's good with that. And they can meet the 20-foot in other areas there. It's that very sharp corner there is where they can't meet it. So it's because it's not a continuous strip, as we note in our site plan review regulations, is why they want the variance there, but it's a portion of it, probably about, scale is on there, or there it is right there. That's 50 feet, so.
What about the possibility of shortening that building similar to your short building above, just above?
It wouldn't alleviate the issue of still needing that waiver, because it's here, and here. So it's really the hardship of the lot shape and size here. You know, it's so narrow to have the driveway come down just to get any access back here. We would still be within that, not meeting the 20-foot here and here. So that's really the hardship, is the narrow, you would end up, you know, almost not be able to put more than these, you know, these buildings without the waiver, something back only here, because of this narrow section. And then we're providing 25 feet, that's to allow emergency access around as many sides as possible, and then also access for the clients that lease the space. it's not just this building, is, shorten that or eliminate it. It's across the frontage, because it's such a narrow lot. That's really the hardship of the shape of the lot that's there.
So the point that I find the most objectionable is this area right here. And I think that's a great idea. If the length of this building is shortened, then there's the capacity to have a more, to have a contiguous screening of those properties. I mean, there's a drop down, right? We're going to be looking at roofs mostly, right? I mean, we don't have the.
And we regardless
drops down
put it there.
Is that the only place, and the rest of it is at the same level as the highway?
Yeah, so where this was dug out here, that's a real low point, and then there's almost a level drive coming in here. This is all basically the same elevation as this front.
It seems
So you're going to be looking at the front, not so much at the top.
Could you cut this back? Then you have pretty much a straight line. You're taking it corner out, so you're getting the distance from there. Okay, all right, now you have almost the same distance. I'm sorry, we're just.
I've got to keep 25 feet around the building there,
Yeah.
for driving around it, so it'd have to be taken back quite a bit, if not entirely out of there, almost.
Yeah, for this building, this is the 30-foot setback of that. You're
wouldn't
talking about at least
It'd be like down to there.
So it'd be approximately the same length as the shortest unit in the center of the.
Right.
It would end up being
Yeah, in order
a
to have this,
comparable
where you're gonna.
length to that, right?
Yeah.
They're still going to have a landscape strip in through there. It's not going to be a 20 feet the entire way. Some of it's going to be looks like 50 feet or 75 feet there,
Right.
35, 40 feet here.
There is, I mean, where it drops down for the ditch line of Route 10, it's all guardrail through here, so it's not like Route 10 is going to widen through here. So that's already a 30-foot wide strip that would remain anyway. That's owned by the DOT, but you have that grass plus what's on the site, so you're going to end up with back here 90 to 100 feet. The narrowest point, you're probably still talking of grass strip off of the edge of pavement, probably 35.
35 feet from the pavement?
Edge of pavement of Route 10 to.
Where do you see that? Or just point it out.
Yes. So
I must be reading it wrong.
Yep, so this line type that shows the squares with that's the guardrail.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So then on this side here to the west is the edge of pavement. So this is all grass through here.
I've got you.
Right?
Yeah.
It's not pavement to the property line. There's this 30-foot distance between edge of pavement of Route 10 and the property line. And then,
yeah, I was misinterpreting it. I see what you mean. Yeah.
Which is nice, but we don't count other people's property towards, the landscape requirements of the applicants.
No, we don't do that, but it's achieving what we're trying to achieve. It's there. Again, in my opinion, it's that it just doesn't go straight. It's just not straight 20 feet. You're encroaching on it in 1, 2, 3 places there. To me, it's not a big deal.
That is also a very bad strip of road.
Well, that goes from Route 10 all the way from the town line, all the way down to the town line. It's a bad strip of road.
Yes, and with the intersection of Sawyer's Crossing Road and between there and Ash Hill, there are lots of accidents. And I hope nobody runs into the storage.
If there was a large volume of cars going in and out of that facility, I could understand.
Nobody could leave Route 10 with a vehicle and reach the buildings, because there's the ditchway of Route 10. There's also this is all guardrail on both sides all the way down to the station. So there's no way to leave the pavement and never reach the site. So that guardrail ends just almost at the end of this southern property line, and it ends where our driveway, the proposed driveway was going to be.
Anything further? Got a motion that's been offered and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
We have
I'm sorry.
3 of us.
4.
Mr. Malone doesn't vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, 2 opposed. Thank you.
4 in favor, 2 opposed. So waivers have been approved.
The application's complete.
We have a motion that the application is complete.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Who made the second, I'm sorry.
I did.
Thank you.
Opposed?
Just a question, does snow storage, where does snow storage fall into our checklist? Is that part of what has to be on?
We usually address it on the site plan. We address it on the site plan, we make them show you.
After completeness? Yes.
Yeah, after completeness, right.
Okay.
Because then we go through the details of the site plans, and then that stuff is ironed out then.
Okay. We'll open the public hearing.
Yeah, so here outlined in orange are the property lines. We're proposing 25,200 square feet of self-storage, 25 feet of access aisles around almost all 4 sides of the building, other than the shorter building, based on the man-made wetland here from the DOT drainage runoff. Driveway would be in alignment, center line to center line, with the abutters driveway that goes to the self-storage to the west. So we're 30 feet wide here, and then we narrow up next to our gate, so this would be gated here, with fencing coming out. And then basically these buildings laid out here. Stormwater in the front. Walk right through this plan here. So grading and stormwater showing proposed drainage and the existing contours and how we're tying in. So there's a stone wall that runs and follows the right-of-way that goes to Yale Forest along the back, so that's not impacted or graded through. You basically just meet the grades of that stone wall. Fairly flat grades, so you're talking 1%, and pitching to the middle of the drive aisles. Pavement swales to the middle, curved along the Route 10 side of the site, and basically that's to stop the rainwater and then direct it into the catch basin. We're picking up the rainwater from the side, directing it down ultimately through grass treatment swales here and here, and then an infiltration basin and a burned area here. So any larger storms, if it was over 50 years, so this will handle up to a 50-year storm. Anything greater could bleed over the spillway, that would be stone line, down to the existing, where all the drainage ultimately goes in the existing condition. So matching the existing condition, we have slightly less runoff in the post condition from the pre-condition.
Before you go beyond that,
Yes.
where's your snow storage area going to be?
So, yeah, snow storage, we have not called out in the plan, but it would be along pavement edge here, pavement edge here in the front. There's a pocket there, and along the edges here. If it exceeds, these areas, then they would fall off.
Can you show us on that doesn't conflict with the trees that you intend to plant?
So there are trees.
Show us on the landscaping plan where snow storage is needed.
Yep, so along pavement edges here, pavement edge here, either side of the driveway here in these pockets, so next to these areas here, and along this back edge here.
Can you speak to the right-of-way? Is that wooded currently?
It's currently wooded, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but it could be if Yale
If
decided.
Yale
they
Forest
wanted to
decided
draw
to do a
that
driveway or an access point through
Yeah.
there, they could do
Yeah.
that, yeah.
But you can't use that, well, it's wooded, so you could use it for snow storage.
We ultimately called out the proposed tree line along that stone wall to not impact anything into that.
Yeah.
So that would just remain. So grading plan, lighting photometrics, so all of them would just be wall pack. These are dark sky compliant, full cut off, so it's 100% downcast. And these are operated by photocell, so this would turn on and off based on daylight. The landscaping plan, so we're calling out what trees remain as discussed, so that follows this back portion for the Yale Forest, stone wall area, and where their easement is. Proposed trees highlighted here, and shrubs at the entrance. We put all the proposed up at the frontage to try to just make it look nicer to the passers-by here and to the public. So, landscaping. And, on the lighting plan too, so just to point out again, it was mentioned on the utilities. Very minimal amount of utilities, so we're proposing coming from the overhead on Route 10 to a riser pole, and then everything on site would be underground electric. So they basically come into the front building and then feed through the building to each adjacent building. And they're basically looking at outlets on the inside of the units and for the light. And then we have our construction details towards the end where the erosion control is included.
Any questions? Do we have anybody online?
Is that gonna be fenced? Is a chain link fence gonna be around it? I see there's a
Not
chain
around,
link fence.
not around, just gated at the.
That's right, okay, just at that main gate right there?
Yes.
So the rest.
So there'd be a gate keypad, they would get a number, they can open a gate, but not fully fenced around the entire side, rest of the side of the building.
Okay, so I was wondering at the end right there where you're gonna push your snow right down at the end there, if that was gonna be fenced.
No.
It seemed to me like there's.
No fencing here, yeah, it would only be that gate when you drive up the vehicle.
Okay, so
Extra vehicles.
push either way, all right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Storage units are by general design, and they're very big tin boxes. So any way you can build a cupola or widow's walk or some kind of thing on top of it to dress it up a little bit? Maybe even a doghouse?
These are gonna be a manufactured building.
Yeah,
so
you
they're
can
not
order
gonna-
it with that, can't you?
Some you can, so Tracky, which is the ones that we submitted plans from.
This is right over Route 10.
Correct, and the ones directly across Route 10 do not have anything.
Well, that doesn't even have to continue being ugly, does it?
It kind of does. It
No,
means,
it doesn't. It means we can start to change.
No.
And unless we start, it's going to continue to be ugly and uglier.
Well, we have, I think this is number 7, isn't it, at least? We
In
have at
town.
least
Yeah,
7
we
in
have
Swansea.
another one down, down right on Route 10 there.
Yes, I think they're taking up a lot of usable, buildable land. This one probably not, because who would want to build by the oil, the propane company, but the one across the street is deplorable. What about no storage along the road? No outside activity, no outdoor
We could
storage?
certainly, that could be added as a note on there to restrict it to
Absolutely.
no exterior storage.
I remember we mentioned that.
No
with the
sales
one on
too,
Route
because what
10.
they do in some towns is they allow sales to be outside there.
No way.
Yeah, no way.
And has the DOT signed off on your entrance there? or-
We have not applied for a DOT permit, that would be done after, accepted by the planning board, and move forward with DOT.
So obviously, if it's approved and they move it, you have to be back here for.
Absolutely. Oh, the driveway, absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, may I address that point?
Yes, you may.
Frank Lindberger, who's the gentleman from DOT who's responsible for curb cuts, he's the one that specifically mentioned this location for the driveway access. So it's very unlikely they'd have to come back.
So it looks like it's a go. I mean,
Yes.
where it's gonna be, which makes sense right across from the other one.
That's what
Yeah.
he told us it would have to be.
Oh,
Typically, DOT wants anything center line to center line, if it's,
yeah.
that's the safest way is to have an intersection style. And based on the property, the guardrail ends right before that driveway, so you're very limited on where you could ever put traffic.
Any further comments or questions?
I wonder how the board would feel about requesting a note to the effect that we're, in conversation, we're talking about counting on existing, what I'll call scrub, the trees and such that have grown up on that parcel. We're counting on them as contributing to the landscaping plan, but they're not really indicated here in any way. So I wonder if we could have a note, or perhaps you could propose the best way to deal with it.
They're shown, so on the landscaping plan, it shows proposed tree lines which go around.
Sort of fluffy outline. But could we have a note that would indicate that the existing, trees that are in those areas, as you have told us, would indeed remain there after construction?
So the approved site plan restricts the construction to whatever's approved on this plan set. So
But does it
showing that these are
restrict the cutting
trees.
of trees? We don't.
For the, yeah, so we're calling out for trees to remain, that would remain because we're approving this site plan.
Okay, so you're saying that they don't need to be, the presence of those trees don't need to be indicated?
They are indicated on the plan. This is the proposed edge of the tree line right here.
Okay. Okay, so it's that fluffy.
Yeah, that's.
Correct, so that's,
Okay.
right, so
So
the tree line that's dashed.
Anything that's fluffy.
See how this is dashed?
Yeah.
That's the existing edge of tree line that
Okay.
comes down here now.
Yeah.
And then this would be our proposed, is this heavier solid line. that
Okay,
shows this
okay,
this line.
okay, thank you, that's helpful.
And also note 2 on the landscaping plan as well.
Existing trees to remain shall be preserved and protected during construction. Okay.
So by approving these plans,
Okay.
they're restricted to this plan.
And the trees that you're proposing are great trees. Yeah, they're, amazing.
Any conditions that we?
Conditions, Jane had one she wanted to put in, which your part of
What?
your conditions.
Before we close the public.
You had a condition about the,
Oh, yeah, about outside storage, outdoors,
Right.
nothing outdoors.
and we'd add to that, no sales outside the area, no.
Right.
I've got both of those.
No
Okay.
activity.
And to indicate on your plan where the actual snow storage areas are going to be.
Sure.
Okay, because right now you don't show that at all.
Yeah, that can be called out though.
Okay, yeah. Any others?
Let's just discuss whether the board wants them to come back for a compliance hearing about noting the storage on the drawing, or if we will let the land use office take care of that. In my opinion, the land use office can say, yep, it's on.
They're more than capable of taking care of that.
Yeah, I think so too, but we need to
Have a vote.
just
I agree with that.
have a consensus on it.
Okay.
I'm not to overstep you.
No, you can overstep me at any time, please. Okay,
One more question. Is this a fence? Yeah, chain link fence. So
Yeah, that's on the Rhyme side.
right, so if you're pushing snow, if you push it too far, it'll. But you won't, because it's somebody else's property.
Correct.
okay, consensus on conditions?
That the land use office can handle the width. on the
Okay.
drawing.
And the conditions that we have show the snow storage area, no exterior storage, or I would say vehicles, or anything of that nature.
Or sales,
Pardon?
or sales.
Or
They can have
sales,
And that
tag
was my
sales.
and that was my next,
So it's no outdoor storage or sales, isn't that what
Right.
you thought?
Right.
Okay, and those conditions there do not require a compliance hearing?
no. So,
So if there are no other conditions we need to discuss, we can close the public hearing.
okay, so first, the reliance on the land use office to receive these conditions and verify that they are being taken care of. Victoria? Yes?
Yes, I'm good at that.
Yes.
Right? So,
Yep.
myself, yes. Jane?
Yes.
Okay. Then I will close the public hearing. Any further discussion on this? Motion that we accept the
I'll make the motion that we accept the plan.
second.
I'll second. With those conditions.
With those conditions,
With
yes.
those conditions.
If I may, that the plantings not only be installed, but maintained. 5 years down the road, bushes die, trees die.
I believe that's
There's a
part
note.
of our regulation, that they have to be maintained.
We require a guarantee by the installer for 1 year
Right.
following the date of acceptance. So 5 years down the road, they don't have it.
Yeah, those pines in there,
So
they're
5
not
years down the
gonna
road,
cut
the
down
tree
20
dies,
foot
the
pines.
bushes
are they?
die.
We don't have it.
That's why I say you maintain it.
Again, that's, I believe, is part of our site plan regulation, they have to be done.
1 year. It's
1 year's.
from start of construction, they have to be planted, and then there's not, it doesn't say anything about maintaining them, does it? No.
No, have to be cut.
And just, you can look at some of the existing ones, not necessarily just in Swansea, but anywhere. Some of these buildings that have been up for a while begin to look a bit run down and not attended to.
Thank God they have those big, giant, ugly white propane tanks to hide behind that.
Well, and Victoria remembers that battle, and I do too, all too well.
That comes into an enforcement issue.
And that was the Rhymes Company, and they, I don't know what happened. I don't know, Bill, if you were a selectman then or not, were you? No, good for you. Lucky you. But I thought they weren't supposed to have outdoor storage.
Well, see, that comes down to an enforcement issue, which this board cannot do. That's up to the
I
land
know.
use and the select board to enforce.
Yes. And there they are.
Excuse me, we have a motion, and it's been seconded to accept it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Again?
Because Mikey doesn't have enough to do anyway.
Thank you.
You know, Victoria, it is up to the board of code enforcement.
Not the
I'll see that those and then it should be referred to I just don't get it. How much stuff possibly exists to fill all these places? I didn't have time this week, or I was going to check on how many empty storage units there are in Swansea. Are they really in demand? Are people really crying for more storage units? Are there any empty ones?
It's a tricky question because all of the storage units that went in the Behringer's property, that's just barely coming online. So many of those are probably still empty, but I doubt that there are any other empty units outside of Behringer's right now.
Well, when you drive around the one over across the street from this, there are a lot of places that don't have padlocks on them. So I would think that might indicate that they're empty.
Huh.
And eventually, we're gonna be storage.
Maybe that guy
Storage
charges
New
more
Hampshire.
than some of the other ones.
Huh?
Maybe that guy charges more than some of the other ones.
I doubt it, because he's not deluxe looking.
Do we have a way of knowing?
I think
how many
he's
units
$100
are
a month.
available? I mean, how many
Or
units exist?
most of his.
Trying to wait till next.
Not easily.
Unfortunately. I can add to some
We
of
could dig, but I don't know how long
this
it
conversation.
Probably quicker to go drive around town than it would be to dig into the files rather just to count.
Except for villages, because it's huge.
I can add to the conversation. The airport units, I'm personal friends with the Furlongs, and before they were finished, they were all rented by word of mouth.
Wow.
And I know that because I called to get one for a friend of mine who needed a storage unit, and she said, I'm sorry, they're all gone. I would reserve one for you, but they're all gone.
I know the Robertsons down in South Keene there, by the oil company when you're going toward Marlboro.
Yeah.
I know someone who tried to get a space there. They have small spaces too, and they were filled up. That was at least a year ago this
Yes,
summer.
about a year ago, too.
Going to item D, proposed amendments to the site plan review regulations. Proposed amendments impact organization of the document and regulations throughout. We have a public hearing for that. Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Any comments or additions or critique?
I'll just comment that I only printed up one copy of the final one, and Mr. Lane has it, so if anybody would like to review it prior to voting on it. Mr. Lane has it, and it just has everything that was on the final draft that had been in the packet, I believe, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. And then this final version has the watermark removed. That's the only difference from the last thing everyone has seen, is the watermark was removed.
Well, I think we spent plenty of time on it, and I think we came up with a lot of good stuff in it. And the changes there, and I'd make a motion that the planning board adopt the amendments to the site plan review regulations and application.
I'll second it.
What did you say?
Before we go there, is there anyone online that wants, okay. No, I'm sorry.
No, they like complaining about it after the fact. They don't want to come and talk about it.
Yeah.
Well, that's where you have nobody online, that's right.
What did you write that one for? What did you write this one for?
It was noticed in the paper and around town and on the website.
We've gone over all of this.
Yep.
Yeah, quite a bit.
Pass it
I
back.
have closed the public hearing. And then we'll entertain a motion to accept it.
I'll make that motion that we adopt the amendments to the site plan review regulations
I'll
and
second it.
application.
Michael seconds.
I will second. Oh, did somebody second?
Doesn't matter.
It's to you.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, I'll second it too.
You third it.
I'll second.
You're out of order.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So amended.
Okay.
Accepted.
Okay.
Yay, us.
Good deal.
Good work.
Any
Now
other,
we can start on the next thing, right?
any other business that needs to be reviewed? This is-
I actually have one thing, and it's on your agenda for the next meeting, but I'm not sure that it needs to be there, so I'd like to bring it up tonight. A business in town, I believe it's Waste Management on Route 12, would like to install roof-mounted, like flush roof-mounted solar panels. And we don't address that in the site plan regulations, but generally when there are changes on commercial properties, it does require a site plan modification. So they're on the agenda to come in for that determination at the next meeting, but, and I'm not exactly asking you to determine that tonight unless it's obviously a no. If it's obviously a no, I'll tell them to not come next meeting, and if it's not an obvious no for a site plan modification, then I'll keep them on the agenda for you for next meeting. But there's no proposed change in drainage and sheeting off the roof of the building as a result of the panels. So there's no proposed.
Where is it? Where is it?
On Route
It's the old-
12.
It's the
Well,
Wickham,
the old Wickham building.
yeah. Arthur Wickham's old buildings.
So in function or in impact, how would that be different from getting a new roof installed?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. It really
It's
wouldn't.
not, but I wasn't comfortable saying they don't need to come in without conferring with all of you.
How high over
It is-
the existing roof is it?
They said flush mount,
What,
so I believe it's gonna be,
Right on it, or 6 inches above it, or?
it sounded like right on being flush mount, but I don't know if that can mean something else.
I look at this,
setback from the edge of the roof line would be.
but I look at this as new construction, not just a replacement of a roof, but new construction to adding to the building.
You look at it as that, so we just said, yeah. I'm with Victoria, it's almost like just a roof.
That's what my thought is
You're
too.
talking about the site plan review regulations.
What is the height, does it exceed the height regulations?
No, that building's not that high.
No,
sorry.
no.
Very
Yeah.
My only concern would be if it is flat, if there's a setback from the edge of the roof line, because if not, will it increase the runoff? Or is it going to change the volume of what the drainage on that building is already capable of?
They've indicated there will not be a change in any of that. The existing roof is a metal roof, so they're anticipating like rain and snow sheeting off of the roof will be unchanged with the panels. But they can come in and talk to you all about this.
This won't be the labs, probably.
We have no regulation or zoning on solar panels yet.
No.
When do you think we're gonna get that?
Well, I should say we don't, but we sort of do. So, this is allowed, it's an accessory use to the building. So they don't need any ZBA relief to add panels to their building.
It's not a farm type of thing.
No, nothing like that. It's just accessory to the existing structure. And so the question is whether or not it requires a site plan modification approval from the planning board. Because it will be changing their existing site plan because the existing plan does not have panels on the roof.
For me, the question would be like, could it be done administratively? Because.
Yeah, it could be. I won't be here, so I would suggest that.
You're dodging
I would suggest that
one.
you have them come in
Yeah.
and
Okay.
let the planning board decide right then and there whether they want a site plan or not, and then no one can say, well, gee,
This kind of
Right,
conceptual.
I think
Yeah, because it
it's
doesn't
better not to set a
seem-
precedent.
It doesn't seem obvious that you guys are leaning one way or the other, so I agree, they need to come in. But I didn't know if you guys are gonna be like, why are they here next meeting? This
We
is.
need the details.
Now, what else is on our table for next week, next meeting?
Next meeting, we have Plainview coming back for their compliance hearing, and we have Flatley coming back for their compliance hearing. And I don't believe anything else came in. Today's the deadline for the next meeting, so I suppose folks could push it till midnight.
No, we won't. No, we won't.
Not you folks, I mean.
They could try, but
They can still email things in pretty late. So a heavy night meeting?
shut your computer off.
If you don't have email, can't come in late.
I don't have a choice.
The deadline's set by the state, we can't do anything about that.
Okay, so I'll keep that on the agenda. And then there was one other thing that Scott brought up that I don't know if you guys want to deal with it all tonight. Maybe you don't, but it's still early. A stormwater report. What's in it? What matters? Why you should care?
And we've all seen those.
Oh, that was good.
150 pages thick there.
So you getting a teaching job somewhere?
I have taught.
Yeah, you've been teaching us some things.
This is what reference for the town, or just what we should be looking at.
This is just for you guys if you're interested in learning how to read them. I mean, my instructions would be the pages that are interesting and matter are the first few that summarize the project and the way the drainage is going to be. So it's really the first 3 pages and the maps at the end.
Are you saying it's reading for when you're getting sleepy and you want to be put to sleep?
I actually find it riveting. I find it very helpful to understand the drainage plan when they submit these. but you have stuff like this, which,
That can be interesting too, though, stuff like that, because you can tell how much water they're calculating is gonna be over. They give it sometimes in acre feet or acre inches like that, and you can tell how much water they figure is gonna come off of that sheeting action in a storm there.
That would be more interesting to me to learn if I had time to sit by myself and study it, versus just trying to absorb it all.
Can we set it up like the library type of thing? Have it at your office and someone can come in and check it out?
not on this one, but on other ones, because this is actually from the self-storage facility tonight. So while this is still sort of within the statutory appeal period and such, I wouldn't want to check it out, and Mike's not done with it yet, but from projects that are completed.
But I think what we're talking about is just a workshop of the group, just a workshop, to sit down with a couple of copies of it and start going through it and reading through it and just discussing what it means and what it doesn't mean. And it doesn't have to be that one.
Maybe you select a one that you know would be riveting for us.
It's a good idea for us.
Okay, could we then ask somebody like Chad to come in to help explain that, or do we need to?
We could, but I don't know, he's lives
Pretty busy.
quite a ways away.
Try to get an engineer
I think
for him right now.
We can just look it over. Sarah knows quite a bit about it.
We could ask Rob Hitchcock.
Oh, Rob, yeah, Rob.
He might be willing to point out a few interesting highlights from them, and he fully understands them, having created quite a few himself.
I think that's a great idea. I'd love to do it. I'm all about it.
Maybe we'll wait until we get a bunch of copies. Someone sends us a bunch of copies. That'll save you from making a bunch of copies, unless you have to do it all anyway. They always send you one copy.
They usually only send one copy, but I'll look through the files to see if there's anything that we have. Maybe,
Yeah, we have a bunch, and then we could just have a workshop, sit down and just read it over and talk about it and see what matters and what doesn't.
Some set up as separate from a meeting.
No, it should be on our agenda.
Okay.
So we should be having workshop meetings. We've done the blueprint reading a couple times and stuff.
Yeah, but we've been so busy for the last year that, I mean, when I first joined the board, we had nothing like this going on. We was out of here at 6:30, 7 o'clock all the time. You remember those days, don't you, Scott?
Yeah, we had some long meetings there, but still, yeah, the workshop meetings would be helpful, and we still need to go over some of the drawings sometimes too, because we haven't hit on the drainage part of the drawings yet, just to understand what's going on there and how it's set up with the catch basins and reading all that. It's quite interesting, as Sarah said about these, it's quite interesting.
Probably when Webb comes in and does their thing and they have their drawings, that might be a good time for those drawings to go over workshop after the meeting. Because those are going to be quite intense.
Be before the meeting. After the meeting, we get discussing stuff that we've already decided on, and it's not a good look for us.
Do we really have, yeah, I know what you're saying, do we have a plan that's a little more intense than the last ones we had?
That web one isn't much of a plan with drainage in it, that I can see anyway. There's not much for catch basins and things like that. We still have the old market basket one.
Yeah, those are
a good one for that.
Yeah, those
they have several different ways of dealing with it on that one.
Yeah, that would be.
And we can see what they are. And it doesn't matter if the drawing is way old, the information is the same, and we can visualize it the same way.
That's a lot of surface. They had to move a lot of water.
They did, and as long as you get, and when you get into the plans, you can see how they're doing it, and just how it works, really, how the whole thing put together instead of just a bunch of lines on the paper.
Yeah.
Don't mean much, but once we get familiar with reading that, then we'll be able to look at these plans and go through them and ask those guys, maybe stump them sometimes, as to what their plans are all about.
Stump the engineer.
Sure, like that. So we get a little less busy or something, we need to schedule some of the workshops.
Looks like it's turning out to be a pretty busy summer.
It does look that way, but we'll see.
Anything else?
We can always schedule a specific meeting on a month just for a workshop and put other things to another meeting at a time.
We can do that.
So we don't go way into the night on trying to do both things at the same time.
Yeah, and you retain more because you always do those workshops at the end of the night, and if it's been long.
Everyone wants to get out of here.
Well, you don't retain material when you're that tired.
Well, another thought I had is maybe at the beginning of the meeting, if we had a workshop, like, I don't know, 5 o'clock, a little early maybe, but if we had it, let's say 5 to 6, workshop and some of that stuff, and then went into the meeting after that. with-
As long as everybody's schedule can accommodate that. I mean,
Yeah, I know,
don't
Brandon, I
problem.
don't think Ken, he's usually late traveling there, but,
Well, if we scheduled it or whatever, I could make it a point to.
no, we can think about that and have it.
Give me your boss's phone number, I'll yell at him.
He'll yell back.
You don't want to get fired.
Anything else? Okay, motion to adjourn,
So moved.
second,
Second, beat you to it.
all in favor?
Let you have.
Oh, okay.
I love to do that.
We're adjourned.
There, you go.
Now, just get some supper. And it's not gonna be cold pizza either.
Recording stopped.
I already had dinner.
You gotta feed that poor man, I mean, he works hard.
What?
So you gotta go home and feed that poor man, he works hard.
No, we already ate. Remember, we didn't get.
He's busy